Hi, Rita. Hello, Vita.
Hello. Hi, ma'am. Am I audible to you?
हेलो कुणाल जी, ऑडियो वीडियो है। हेलो कुणाल जी, कुछ बोलो, आप तो बोलो कुछ, आप ही बोल सकते हैं। बोलो 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 सर, कोई तो बोले।
हाँ, मेरी आवाज आ
ठीक है
रही है मिथिलेश जी?
ठीक है ठीक
ठीक
है
है।
ओके ओके।
मैं डिस्कनेक्ट कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है, मैं कॉल कर दूंगा जब ज्वाइन होगा।
Good morning. We are waiting for our colleagues to join. Please wait for a few more minutes. Good morning. We are just waiting for some more colleagues to join. Please give me a couple of minutes. उषा जी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, yes, yes.
Namaskar. Good morning. Welcome to the India International Science Festival 6th edition. We are
Good
indeed
morning, Excellencies. Yeah.
and we are indeed
morning,
very happy
Chairman.
that we are having this meeting of overseas science and technology ministers and diplomat conclave. This meeting would be in two parts. In the first part, we would be having the science ministers of various friendly countries. In the afternoon session, we would be meeting with the diplomats. I would like to welcome you all in this meeting. I'm Sanjeev Varshney from Department of Science and Technology. And uh, this has been a very trying times. Most of the nations is struggling against the pandemic. And so we thought, in order to have a broad understanding how various countries have been responding, we would listen to the ministers and diplomats from our friendly countries, how the pandemic has affected them and how they are reorienting their research and development priorities. So I would like to welcome you all and uh, Dr. Harshvardhan, our Minister for Science and Technology, Health and Family Welfare, somehow has not joined us right now. Uh, there is a meeting called by our Prime Minister of the Cabinet, so he has to go over there, and he has said that he would be joining this session immediately after Cabinet meeting is over. And since all meetings are virtual, so he is attending Cabinet meeting also from his office. So it transition may not be very difficult, and he need not to travel, so he can join in our meeting uh, as early as possible once the cabinet meeting is over. We have Professor Ashutosh Sharma, who is Secretary to the Department of Science and Technology. Professor Sharma is a scientist, is a technocrat, policymakers, and he is Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology since January 2015. He took his PhD from University of New York at Buffalo, and he's a chemical engineer and founding coordinator of Nanoscience Center and Advanced Imaging at IIT Kanpur. I'll request him that Dr. Sharma may welcome all the minister in absence of our minister. So Professor Ashutosh Sharma.
Good morning and namaskar. I am so delighted to welcome all the honorable ministers from different countries here. Honorable Dr. Abbas Basir, Minister of Higher Education, Government of Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. Honorable Dr. Chem Keith Reti, Minister Delegate attached to the Prime Minister and Secretary of the State Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation, Royal Government of Cambodia, Honorable Dr. Myo Thin Yi, Union Minister of Education, Myanmar, Honorable Professor Fortunato Tila Pena, Secretary, Minister of Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology, Philippines, Honorable Dr. Sita Aram Biopola, Minister of Skill Development, Vocational Education, Research, Innovation of Sri Lanka, Honorable Mr. Ibrahim Yu, Minister of Innovative Development, Uzbekistan, distinguished scientists, technologists, entrepreneurs, and diplomats who have joined us, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, I extend a very hearty welcome, very warm welcome on behalf of the Government of India and express my heartfelt thanks to the honorable ministers from Afghanistan, Cambodia, Indonesia, Myanmar, Philippines, Sri Lanka, and Uzbekistan. Diplomats from Denmark, Italy, Netherlands, Switzerland, Russia, and other countries uh, by their gracious presence in the virtual Overseas Science and Technology Ministers and Diplomat Conclave session of India International Science Festival 2020. Your presence today, honorable ministers, reinforces our common belief that science and technology breaks barriers. We believe it validates the Indian philosophy of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, which means that the world is a one family. This expression reflects our ancient inclusive traditions. Through technology, we are able to give meaning to this expression and indeed to the best of democratic values. India shares a common past end goal with many of its neighbors, extended neighbors that have served to forge an unbreakable bond with India. Today, while our countries celebrate the different facets of our vibrant relation bonded by mutual trust and friendship, we also need to harness the power of science and technology and innovation as an important pillar of our cooperation in the knowledge economy of the 21st century. Research and innovation is indeed a way of life. The current pandemic has only reinforced our belief in innovation and R&D to accelerate products, technologies, and services that not only are helping in disease management, but in turn also help us better prepared for the future of challenges and opportunities. India's response to the pandemic has been driven by the wisdom and evidence of science. The world has been learning and relearning how to deal with the pandemic, and so have we. We have drawn lessons at every stage, even at very early stage, and we have not hesitated to accept the advice of our doctors and scientists to adopt global best practices. Every era produces its own strategic concepts and analytical constructs. The current one is no exception. After all, the sharp distinction between the Pacific and Indian Ocean was only made after the Second World War. What has changed now? An economy which did not make ventilators in India, testing kits, PPEs, and N95 masks today not only caters to its own needs, but also beyond, following call of our Prime Minister for Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant India. All of these technologies and products are developed with very great speed and scale in India within 3 to 4 months, with the best of global designs, with the excess manufacturing now to be able to export them to all the countries that need it. Our high recovery rate and low case fatality speak for themselves, as indeed does a social distancing culture and adoption of preventive measures. The crisis has stimulated innovation and enterprise in India. A comprehensive mapping of entire startup ecosystem to identify and support the relevant technology solutions which are ready for scale up, mapped over 600 startups and several hundred startups which are making innovative products, technologies, and solutions have been supported. With 21 unicorn startups, India has emerged as the third largest ecosystem for technology startups, ahead of UK and Israel, according to Huron Global Unicorn List 2019. There are about 25,000 technology startups in India, and they are growing very, very fast. This is an area in which India, we would all be very happy to cooperate with all of you, with our neighbors. The pandemic has accelerated digitization, and we need to utilize artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, Industry 4.0 tools with responsibility and accessibility. Government of India in recent past has launched several flagship technology initiatives such as National Mission on Cyber Physical Systems, Quantum Computing and Communication, Mission on Supercomputing. All of these missions, each one of them is worth about $1 billion. So there is a lot of opportunity for us to cooperate in cutting edge areas of science, technology, and innovation. There are many other challenges which face us beyond COVID-19, such as sustainable development, climate change, energy and water security, food security, antimicrobial resistance, to name a few. To face these challenges, we must rethink how research is to be prioritized and imagine newer ways of cooperation. We also believe that for Indian science to be globally competitive, India to be effectively leverage international collaboration. Excellencies, ministries of science and technology and earth sciences are actively cooperating with over 50 countries across the globe. The present cooperation in science and technology is driven by a sense of mutual trust and purpose in achieving together high quality and high impact research partnerships. This cooperation extends to capacity building and technology development as well. Ladies and gentlemen and excellencies, India has always believed in sharing knowledge, technology, and know how with countries facing similar developmental challenges. The Ministry of Science and Technology is facilitating the Indian scientific community to connect with researchers from other countries like Australia, ASEAN, BRICS, Germany, Japan, Portugal, Serbia, Slovenia, Switzerland, UK, United States, and Uzbekistan to find the solutions against COVID-19 through joint research activities and projects. In the last few years, we have been successful in launching such programs with Africa. Recently, we also announced a new program, ASEAN India Innovation Platform, which is aimed to co-development of technologies and products through value addition, through validation, through product deployment, and market-ready technology transfer with a focus on affordability. This will all help us to collectively develop affordable, accessible, and available solutions of great societal impact and relevance. I am sure this will add a totally new dimension to India ASEAN collaboration, which was until now based on joint research and fellowships. At a bilateral level, India has successfully launched industrial and innovation R&D programs with several countries around the globe. We can certainly share our experiences and learnings in the deployment of science and technology for addressing common sustainable developmental challenges in our region. We also have a new science, technology, and innovation policy coming up, which will be notified in about 2 months' time. We would be very happy to share the critical lessons that we have learned in formulating this policy. Some of these ideas could be relevant also for our friends and neighbors. Visiting, there's a new program called Visiting Adjunct Joint Research Faculty Vajra Fellow Program, which welcomes overseas researchers to Indian universities, to R&D labs, to foster collaborations, co-guidance of PhD students. We welcome nominations of international scientists to participate in Vajra program. Ladies and gentlemen and excellencies, I would like to emphasize that for our neighborhood countries, including Afghanistan, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, a unique model of need-based entity to entity cooperation has been adopted. India Science and Research Fellowship for close neighbors, including Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, are being implemented. The scientific and technological strength and compatibility has been judiciously harnessed to establish a win-win cooperation model. Today's conclave provides us an opportunity to hear from our distinguished guests how they are making science and technology their pillars and effective tools for socio-economic development of their respective countries. And what are our plans to revive our processes, our economies, our activities in post-COVID era. As we move towards a post-COVID-19 world, the learnings of this unprecedented time shall guide us in our future endeavors and tackle the problems ahead collectively. It is indeed our collective responsibility of the humanity on this globe to tackle many problems together because those are the problems of multiple dimensions. They are multidisciplinary problems. They are problems which are global. And indeed, together we can do it far more effectively than as isolated entities. Thank you very much. And I again welcome everyone to enjoy this session and to contribute your valuable thoughts. Thank you again. Namaskar.
Thank you, Professor Ashutosh Sharma. We will be inviting the Honorable Minister in the alphabetic order of their country. So it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Abbas Basir, who is a Minister of Higher Education from Afghanistan. Dr. Basir took his doctorate from Delhi, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and he has served in Afghanistan Embassy in Delhi. He has been advisor to the President of Afghanistan, and he has also been Director General of South Asia Cooperative Environmental Program, SASEP. He has also been the editor of a couple of magazines. So it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Abbas Basir, Minister of Higher Education, to share his thought. Dr. Basir, please.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary, Minister of Science and Technology, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome. I'm delighted by this opportunity to speak at the 6th India International Science Festival. I would like to begin by thanking H. Dr. Harsh Vardhan, Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Science and Technology, Government of India, and the organizing committee of this event for initiating and hosting this very important event. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are facing an unprecedented crisis of COVID-19 pandemic. It is a global threat that is spreading human suffering, destabilizing the global economy, and disturbing the lives of billions of people around the globe. The effects of the COVID-19 pandemic have shaken up global socio-economic structures. The impacts are estimated to be astronomical in terms of the number of lives and jobs lost. COVID-19 has revealed the world's vulnerabilities. At the same time, it has highlighted the importance of expertise and science, research and innovation, cooperation, information, and transparency. We are witnessing real-time efforts among scientists and researchers across the globe in a race to develop the production of vaccines and antiviral medications. Technology inventors and startups are teaming up to provide solutions to the most pressing issues. In Afghanistan, a group of teenage girls are trying to build a mechanized, hand-operated ventilator for coronavirus patients, using a design from MIT and parts from old Toyota Corolla car. Living in a country where 2/3 of adolescent girls cannot read or write, they are trying to overcome these challenges. The Kabul University of Medical Sciences has had a successful effort in making a ventilator using the materials that are available in domestic markets in Afghanistan. All of you know that the price of an artificial respiration devices in the world market is about $30,000 US. This is only a small example. This is only a small example of innovation and shows that as international community grapple with the serious impacts to public health systems and socio-economic development caused by the COVID-19 pandemic this year. Innovation and technologies have come to the rescue on both fronts, providing solutions to health challenges as well as enabling people to adapt during lockdowns and activity restrictions. E-learning and digital education, e-governance and e-commerce have received a tremendous interest worldwide. Significant effort is being made into making e-governance, e-commerce, and e-learning a reality. And also information and communication technologies are widely acknowledged as important resources for socio-economic development. The vulnerability of the world to the COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in major policy attention to resilience, the ability to recover from and adapt to disruption. If resilience to crisis become a new factor, then science, technology, and innovation has a potentially important role to play. Digital innovation and digital skills, ranging from basic skills to digital talents, are key to mitigate some of the negative impacts of the crisis and will be vital to enhance resilience. In addition, policy has more leverage to initiate a transition towards green technology and environmental sustainability. This unfortunate pandemic COVID-19 has provided an opportunity to reassess our action for nature and innovate and deploy technologies that are friendly with nature. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the urgent question is how to facilitate these efforts based on the existing capacities in the region. It is important to have strong local capacities to respond in a way that is consistent with the needs and realities of the region. However, all of you know that most of the countries of the region are lacking this capacity. In this connection, identifying better ways of rapidly mobilizing and interconnecting research and innovation capabilities to respond to crises can help build effective response capabilities for resilience. Therefore, there is another ingredient that is even more important than science, that is solidarity. Science, technology, and innovation are tools that can be used either to widen inequalities or to narrow down them. We need to bring scientists, researchers, innovators, and nations together in a spirit of solidarity to ensure shared solutions to these shared challenges. The world will get through this crisis, but only if we act together in a spirit of solidarity, hope, and resolve. We are all in this together, and we can only prevail together. At the end, I would like to thank the government of India for support provided to Afghanistan, and particularly to Ministry of Higher Education and their ISRF program, and would like to request for more coordination and cooperation to promote and strengthen research, technology, and innovation in Afghanistan. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. It was so nice of you, and we appreciate the effort of your teenage girls in developing handmade ventilators, something which is quite unique. Of course, your university have done this thing, and Afghan desire to go on solidarity and also to follow the digital innovation platform for various e-governance, e-commercial, and various ICT tool for the socio-economic development. So I'm sure this information would be quite useful to all country in the region. And now it is my pleasure to invite His Excellency Dr. Shemkhet Rethi, Minister Delegate attached to the Prime Minister and Secretary of State, Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation, Royal Government of Cambodia. Dr. Rethi is a medical doctor, biomedical scientist, science diplomat, historian of medicine and educationist with extended experience in development policy, global health, and Asian higher education. He has been a professor of radiology for more than 30 years and has been director of Division of Human Health at International Atomic Energy Agency. I'll request Dr. Rethi to deliver his talk.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Harshvardhan, Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Science and Technology and Earth Science in India. I'd like also to greet my distinguished colleagues from Afghanistan, Myanmar, Philippines, Sri Lanka, and Uzbekistan. The economy of Cambodia has suffered so much from the impact of the COVID-19, like we can see in many other countries across the globe. Our economy is projected to contract by 2% in 2020. However, it is expected to bounce back and grow by 4% at the end of 2021. The sanitary measures taken by the Royal Government of Cambodia has allowed us to be, at least at this point, to control the spread of the COVID-19. The easing of social distancing measures have helped also domestic economy. It was a challenge to find a balance of protecting life and at the same time protecting livelihood by allowing some degree of domestic and international trade and economy. The consumption is being partly underpinned by unprecedented government intervention, while inflation remains subdued. Regarding the economic growth of Cambodia, and particularly looking at the science and technology and research and development, which is the theme of our meeting today, the FDI inflows to projects in non-government industries and agriculture has been rising, likely attracted by free trade agreements across the region. Although total manufacturing exports have been hit by the pandemic, there has been a rise in export of bicycles, electrical parts, and vehicle parts and accessories, rice, and other agriculture commodities. Domestic tourism has supported a partial recovery of the travel and tourist industry to compensate the lack of international tourism to Cambodia. The government intervention is also unprecedented. That accounts for 5% of GDP to support our people affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Looking at the R&D Cambodia, our stage of development is quite really at the early phase. The gross expenditure of research and development gap remains below 0.2% of our GDP. Gap is lower than the average of lower middle income countries by a factor of 2. The gap sources include business enterprises, government funding, higher education, and private non-profit sectors. The gross expenditure of research and development cover many fields of science that include natural science, engineering and technology, medicines, agriculture, and humanities. The R&D in Cambodia need investment to develop infrastructures, including national lab, digital technology, building capacity in science, technology, innovation, human capital, and collaboration at the national, regional, and international level is necessary. Our Prime Minister has promised that Cambodia would increase her science and technology funding level to 0.2% of GDP by 2020 now, increasing to 1% in 2025, and hopefully 1.5% by 2030. Digital transformation and innovation has been recently the priority of our government policy in enabling future growth of our economy. As such, no later than March 2020, we have established our Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology, and Innovation. So our ministry is actually very young. The impetus to establish a clear and robust STI system in Cambodia is a priority. So as the digital transformation through development and establishing of diverse legal framework for e-government, e-payment, internet infrastructure, cyber security law, etc., etc. So with this, a short presentation tell us that Cambodia is about to move to the next level of her economic development, diversifying the base of our economy from tourism, garment industry, and agriculture, embracing technological sector, and as such, the creation of the Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology, Innovation was the priority of today and the next 5 years. In conclusion, I would like to take this opportunity to call on our distinguished colleague who participate to this forum that a South-South cooperation is important for a country like Cambodia that need to grow further. Indeed, we have established cooperation with more developed countries with the help also from our international development partner. But the gap between development, technological development, human capital to absorb, transfer technology is so huge that it's still a big challenge. Collaborating with South-South within the context South-South cooperation would be one of the best answers for Cambodia. We are looking highly to India, science technology policy, and particularly the industry and the sector of computer science and digital technology. We would like to cooperate with the government, with universities in the field of digital transformation. We're looking forward to send our students to study in India, hoping with some support of scholarship from the government India. And also allow me a personal experience here is that a couple of our institute technology has started to offer program on computer science very effectively, thanks to the presence of Indian faculty member in science, computer science and technology. So to conclude my speech here, again, I'd like to thank the government of India for having initiated that Indian International Science Festival 2020. On behalf of our government, I'd like to wish you all and our colleagues a very fruitful festival and a good South-South cooperation that will allow all our country to further develop in the near future, particularly trying to get out of this terrible pandemic where our life and our livelihood has been so much disturbed. Let's hope that 2021, the new year, bring better news. And may I wish you all a happy new year and also a good health. Please stay safe. Let's survive together and collaborate together for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We salute the Cambodian spirit of giving importance to science, technology, and innovation, and their commitment to continuously increase the investment from current level of 0.2% to 1.5% in 2030. So for 10 years, it's a good target, and it has already started that you have newly established your Ministry of Industry, Science, Innovation. So congratulations for that. And we strongly believe that South-South cooperation is demand of the day, and India is with you. And we look forward. We are already offering some fellowship through ASEAN platform, but we could discuss and work out some more schemes which are in our mutual interest. With these words, it is my now pleasure to introduce Dr. Mayo Thain Gai, Minister of Education of Myanmar. Professor Gai is a mathematician, and he has studied in Yangon and Berlin. He has served as Director General in the Department of Myanmar Education Research, and he has been Rector of West Yangon University. He is a minister for last 5 years. So Professor Thang Gai, we are looking forward to listen to you. Professor Gai.
Thank you. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to first of all wish you good morning. I would like to extend my deep appreciation for the kind invitation to this important event. I'm convinced that this event will build and strengthen a partnership between India and ASEAN member states, South Asian states, in the field of science, technology, and innovation. Recently, to strengthen the ASEAN-India strategic partnership for peace, progress, and shared prosperity, the new plan of action for the period of 2021 to 2025 was adopted at the ASEAN Post-Ministerial Conference, PMC, 10+1 session with India on 12th September 2020. This strategic partnership cooperation between ASEAN and India in information and communication technology, ICT, and science, technology, and Innovation STI, tourism, agriculture, finance, and energy will be promoted. Through partnership and collaboration, we can also strengthen long-term cooperation among research institutes, universities, and enterprises between India and Myanmar, and deeply focus on priority areas for promoting STI to drive SDG implementation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, technologies like the Internet of Things, IoT, big data, artificial intelligence, AI, and robotics not only impact industries, but also replace manual jobs, resulting in the evolution of Education 4.0, which will align itself with Industry 4.0. So we need to equip our teachers and students with the digital technology. For this purpose, the Science Film Festival was held by cooperating between Ministry of Education and Goethe Institute Myanmar for the ninth time in Myanmar between 28 November and 10th December 2020. Children, teenagers, adults, students, parents, and teachers took part in the online festival safely from home. This year, 15 short films were broadcast for the Myanmar Film Festival. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 has impacted most sectors around the world, including the education and science and technology sector. The Ministry of Education Myanmar policy is no discrimination, no one left behind, no school dropouts, and no learning loss. We have now been preparing for home-based learning to ensure the continued learning of students from all over the country, focusing vulnerable areas in Myanmar. The teaching learning methodology online training on new textbooks was successfully completed for all basic education teachers through the Myanmar Digital Education Platform MDEP. The TV lessons are now being broadcast through the MOE Education Channel and MRTV, and online lessons are uploaded to MDEP. On the other hand, students in remote areas where internet access is not available can learn the digital contents through DBE browsers, DBE sticks, and now DHE browsers and DHE sticks are being developed. The digital transformation in education is happening with the advances of technologies and utilizing powerful tools to reshape the learning environment. So computers, laptops, and tablets are allocated in all schools, TVET institutions, and universities in Myanmar. Internet access, Wi-Fi, and websites have been provided to all universities and teacher education degree colleges in Myanmar. The ministry encourages providing learning management system and digital teaching learning methodologies for basic education teachers and university teachers through MTEP. Now we are supporting our students and lifelong learners to achieve IQ, EQ, and 21st century skills and competencies, and promote lifelong blended learning opportunities for all through high-tech learning, high-touch learning, and blended learning so that they will achieve core values of our objectives: global citizenship, cooperation and collaboration, accountability and responsibility, and innovation and creation. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to the government of the Republic of India and the Embassy of India for the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation (ITEC) training and capacity building programs that have been supported to the Ministry of Myanmar and other ministries in Myanmar. One of the prominent achievements of the ITEC programs is the Myanmar Institute of Information Technology (MIIT), which was established in 2015. It is an initiative under the Friendship Project between the government of Myanmar and the government of India. It is envisioned to be a national center of excellence offering graduate, postgraduate, and doctorate programs to support development in research, technology, and innovation in IT sector. The India-Myanmar Center for Enhancement of Information Technology Skills (IMCEITS), which was set up in 2008 jointly by Center for Development of Advanced Computing (CDAC) and Research and Development Organization of Government of India and Ministry of Education, Myanmar. The Myanmar India Center for English Language Training (MICELT), which was set up in 2009, is located at the National Center for English Language (NELSL) in the Yangon University campus. The Myanmar India Entrepreneurship Development Center (MIEDC) at the Yangon Institute of Economics in Line campus was set up in 2009 to facilitate the competitive enterprises for global competition. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very grateful and intensely inspired that we have achieved valuable cooperation momentum with science and technology cooperation projects. And we are making a lot of progress in developing capacity and skills on STI. Indeed, we are very glad to continue our extensive cooperation by teaming up together for science, technology, and innovation cooperation under ASEAN-India Strategic Partnership and further consolidate and promote cooperation. In conclusion, I am confident that we will bring together forces in science, technology, promote friendship, and discuss innovation cooperation between India, Myanmar, as well as ASEAN, South Asian countries through our efforts and commitment. I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart to the government of India for your technical and financial assistance to Myanmar. I look forward to strengthening our deep friendship in the years to come. I wish you all Happy New Year 2021. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. It is heartening to listen that how Myanmar is developing its digital tools and using all spheres of IoT, big data, artificial intelligence, robotics, etc., in its daily uses. And the Myanmar efforts to distribute computers to the students and providing Wi-Fi connections across the Myanmar universities is quite appreciative. We realize that science and technology is a tool not only for friendship, but also a tool to develop strong techno-commercial partnerships. And we look forward for increased Indian-Myanmar relationship in this sector of science and technology. And we would be too glad to work with your officials. Thank you very much. It is now my pleasure to introduce His Excellency Professor Fortunato Transeco Dale Pana, who is Secretary in the Cabinet of Philippines President. Before assuming this role, he was Undersecretary in the Filipino Department of Science and Technology for 14 years. And before that, he was also President of Philippine Association for Advancement of Science and Technology. He is an engineer by profession, and he joined the Career Executive Service Officer in the Philippine government and has worked for Department of Science and Technology for more than 30 years. With these words, I would like to invite Professor Di Le Pana for his remarks. Professor Pana.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant afternoon. It was with great pleasure to join you today in this Overseas Science and Technology Ministers and Diplomats Conclave. At the outset, allow me to extend my sincere appreciation to the Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, and the Ministry of Earth Sciences of the Government of India for ably convening this virtual event despite the challenges of this current pandemic. The way we do our work has completely changed and transitioned to usual video conferencing, online discussions, and more frequent social media updates. For some, it has brought us to a whole new level of access to information, to the power of the internet and advances in technologies. Undoubtedly, science, technology, and innovations have provided us new ways to collaborate, move forward past this pandemic, and adapt to a new world normal. As the Philippine government's arm that directs, leads, and coordinates the country's scientific and technological efforts, our Department of Science and Technology has been at the forefront of providing innovative solutions to the dire effects of the pandemic. Some of these innovations address the need for increased testing capacity, local fabrication of medical devices, and the local development of COVID-19 treatments, among others. At the onset of the pandemic, we built our testing capacities by supporting the development of locally produced COVID-19 test kits. We also assisted the automation of our laboratory processes by introducing artificial intelligence or AI technology that enhances the workflow in our hospitals and testing centers, particularly in screening and diagnosing COVID-19 cases. We also developed, remodeled, and utilized new and existing adaptive technologies, applications, and electronic systems that played an important role in enhancing and augmenting the capacity of our healthcare system. These include our RX box, which is a biomedical device used for bedside monitoring of the vital signs of patients diagnosed with COVID-19, especially those in severe or critical conditions. Additive manufacturing has been effectively used for the development of personal protective equipment as well as modified oxygen concentrator masks and low-cost portable ventilator systems. Currently, we are conducting research projects on adjunctive treatments for COVID-19 patients, including ongoing trials for the use of some natural products like Euphorbia hirta, which we call tawa-tawa in the Philippines, Vitex negundo, which we call gundi, and the virgin coconut oil. The results so far are promising, and we hope to share this with you when the final results are out. Information and Communications Technology, or ICT, are also in full swing to help strengthen our healthcare system. We have developed an SMS-based system used for surveillance and monitoring of COVID-19 symptoms. In addition, we have an app called TRAMS, or Tracing for Allocation of Medical Supplies, which also helps in tracking information of hospitals, medical supplies, and resources across the country so that our limited resources and supplies can be allocated more effectively to areas where they are needed most. We have also repurposed our disease model. We call it DOST FASTER, which has a long name, Feasibility Analysis of Syndromic Surveillance using Spatiotemporal Epidemiological Modeler for the early detection of diseases, which is an information system created to help model the behavior of COVID-19 through time and space. This plays an important role in identifying trial sites for COVID-19 candidate vaccines that will be tried in the Philippines. In all this, we realize that startups, especially those whose products and services are based on new and innovative technologies, are able to adapt well in crisis situations. Their agility to transform themselves and adapt will therefore play a major role in rebooting the economy. With this, the department ensures extended assistance, expanded collaboration, and access to science and technology and innovation networks that will eventually bring greater opportunities to these startups. In relation to COVID-19 vaccines, the Philippines does not yet have the domestic capacity for vaccine development and manufacturing for new diseases. Hence, our strategy is to work with our bilateral and multilateral partners for clinical trials of their COVID-19 candidate vaccines, and hopefully they can be manufactured in the Philippines. We are also participating in the WHO Solidarity Vaccine Trials and in the COVAX facility. Through these international collaborations, we hope to secure for our people access to safe and effective vaccines for COVID-19 while also contributing to global scientific efforts to stop the pandemic. It might also be of interest to note that our Department of Science and Technology has initiated the establishment of a Virology Science and Technology Institute of the Philippines that will hopefully pave the way for the country's goal of achieving vaccine self-sufficiency in preparation for future pandemics that we might experience. While all of us in the scientific community have already contributed in no small measure to our respective countries' response to the pandemic, the new normal has set out more and meaningful work for us in the coming months and years. These tasks would be difficult, sometimes daunting, but we are confident moving forward that our partnerships and collaborations will evolve into a higher plane that will contribute in our collective effort to win our fight against the pandemic. We hope that through this conclave, we will be able to build among ourselves partners that share common objectives of translating science to social benefits of people. With this, I shall end only to reiterate what a pleasure and honor it is for our department to join this conclave. We look forward to more collaborative activities in the future in areas of common interest towards strengthening our thriving scientific community. Thank you, and as we say in the Philippines, mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you, Minister. It was indeed heartening to listen that how Philippines has motivated their startup companies to reboot the economy of the country following the grave situation of the pandemic. And we appreciate your efforts in applications of the modern scientific tools with the root of artificial intelligence technologies, additive manufacturing in developing various products targeted against the COVID. Uh, I hope you are aware that India offered its vaccine manufacturing facility and invited diplomats of more than 60 countries to see and visit. I'm not sure if Philippines was one of them,
Yung nabangan sa TV.
but we would like and we welcome all friendly countries to India if they would like to see these facilities, how we are doing it. And we hope that our candidate vaccine is ready in near future and we could go for its administration plan early next year. So that is a hope, and we look forward. And we shall be talking with your officials on development of these technologies. It is my pleasure now to introduce Dr. Sita Arambepoya. She is newly given the charge of Ministry of Skill Development, Vocational Education, Research and Innovation. So, Madam, congratulations, first of all, on taking off this charge.
Thank you.
Yeah. So she is a medical surgeon by profession, and she has studied in Sri Lanka and United Kingdom. So, Madam, with these words, I welcome you, and we would love to have your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I go on to everyone. So, Excellencies, distinguished guests, all the participants, good morning to you all. It is an honor to have been given the opportunity to address all of you present here today on this kind request made by Honorable Dr. Harsh Vardhan, the Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Science and Technology, and Earth Science of the Government of India. Today, science and technology has become the most important discipline in the world as the entire world is struggling with the COVID-19 global pandemic. Until we find a solid and promising solution for the treatment of COVID-19, the entire world will suffer. Scientific research and innovation to find an effective vaccine and a prophylactic measure has become the key topic in modern day science and technology. Our topic, restructuring research and development priorities and post-COVID-19 challenges to the discipline of science and technology, is thereby a topic with utmost importance now. More than ever before, this is very important now currently in the world, globally. Everyone is putting their attention towards this topic. Presently, the entire world is undergoing major changes that have not been seen for the past century. the development of each and every country is currently facing domestic and international changes. The global crisis brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic is without a doubt reshaping the world. Some of these transformations may be permanent. This crisis is alarming because it has affected how people behave globally. Handshakes and hugs are no longer received as warm wishes. Mass conferences and meetings are cancelled throughout the world as safety precautions. Further, this crisis threatens prolonged economic stagnation and harm for households and workers. Many measures must be taken in restructuring research and development to support the recovery. Some of these measures will take time to deliver and should be initiated early in order to get the most efficient outcome. Our objective should be to encourage the development of policy actions that support long-term economic resilience and growth and broad-based improvements in living standards, while minimizing the cost to the public. Desirable and feasible responses will vary across nations and regions due to differences in available government resources, institutional capabilities, and social and political priorities and constraints. As revealed and proven by various studies, investment in science, technology, and innovation, and particularly investing in research and development is a key driver for the growth of the social and economic aspects of a country, and during times like this is it quite necessary that we focus on effective research programs. Under the prevailing circumstances around the world, it is essential that we pragmatically advance science and technological cooperation through research, directed towards the global epidemic prevention and control, and especially focusing on public health areas while launching and monitoring research cooperation in health-related drugs and vaccines. During this challenging period of time, it is rather crucial to understand that the research and development policies should be reconstructed to suit the existing requirements and needs. We can already predict that world after COVID-19 is quite unlikely to return to the world that we were used to before the pandemic. This can be specifically addressed through the changes associated with the rise of digital behavior. Digital developments are transforming our expectations about how we access services in all fields. We need to ensure that public services aren't left behind, harnessing the power of automation and artificial intelligence for the public good. We need to tackle the situation in such a way that elderly and people who are not tech savvy are not affected or feel any inequality within society. We will need to be bold and creative in meeting the challenges that the pandemic has presented to us. Some of the things that have worked in the past may no longer work in these very changed circumstances. We know that we will need to show flexibility and imagination in appraising our current approaches and in developing new ones. The business sector that emerges from this crisis should not look exactly like it did before. Due to the permanent effects of the crisis and the pandemic's acceleration of existing trends such as digitalization, government should encourage necessary or desirable businesses transformations and adjustments in employment. Research and innovation policies during this period of crisis should focus more on helping to prevent companies from delaying or sometimes maybe even discontinuing innovation activities. These research policies should necessarily target small firms in particular, which tends to be the most vulnerable. In these times, post-COVID-19 recovery efforts through ambitious programs of investment in the modernization of infrastructure, particularly energy, transport, and information technology should be implemented strategically through restructured researching processes. Support for social science research endeavors should shed light upon the necessary direction of change to make the post-COVID-19 recovery more equitable and sustainable. With the application on the changes on various trends and practices, the realities of the crisis brought about by COVID-19 has triggered reconsideration of several practices with the possible effects on long-term choices for the economy and the society of all countries. To build future that is brighter, in which nobody is held back, and which addresses the very real inequalities laid bare by the pandemic. To build a future where public services work for everyone, where community is celebrated and strengthened, where we strive for fair work and prosperity for everyone. To build a future where our children get the best start in life, where our natural environment is cherished, we must strive in restructuring the research and development sector. Hence, it is important for all nations to progressively open up to a better and a rather strategic approach of research for the future development of the world. Finally, I would like to end my speech by thanking Dr. Harshvardhan, the Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Science and Technology and Earth Sciences of the Government of India, the High Commissioner of India in Colombo, Sri Lanka, and the organizing committee of this great event. I would also like to add my wishes for the coming new year to everyone and best future of all of you and your countries. Thank you so much. I go.
Thank you, madam. In fact, change is the happening. Of course, COVID has made it look very, very sharp. And we are now talking about pre-COVID era and post-COVID era. And of course, the new reality has to be that we need to conduct ourselves in a way which is good enough to counter COVID. And that is the reason a lot of stress across the world is on digital technologies. And I appreciate your statement for to be bold, creative, flexible, imaginative to carry out our new businesses. So we look forward for more and more such interactions. And I understand that India would be having a new High Commissioner in Sri Lanka.
Yes.
And he would be joining rather soon. And we shall be too glad that he would continue to be a bridge between India and Sri Lanka. And,
thank you so much.
Yeah. So thank you very much. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Professor Ibrahim Abdurrahmanov from Uzbekistan. Professor Abdurrahmanov is a professor in and director of the Center of Genomics and Bioinformatics of the Uzbek Academy of Sciences, and he has been the vice president of the academy before taking charge as the minister for innovative development. I'll request Professor Abdur Rahmanov to kindly share his vision.
Thank you, Mr. Warshni. Dear Dr. Sharma, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, first of all, I would like also thank for Indian colleagues, Minister of India, that organizing this very good platform festival that we can discuss, share our opinions. I would like to thank for invitation and giving me this opportunity to speak this morning to you. Of course, as a Minister of Innovative Development, we're in charge of science and technology development in country. Main mission, our ministry is really bridge scientific results with the economy. So change our industry-based economy to knowledge-based economy. This is a main target, main goal, and as I understand, this is a big problem everywhere because lots of scientific technologies, scientific results are not really applicable for economic growth, and there are big gaps. So our mission as a Ministry of Innovative Development to help our researchers commercialize their scientific results so that we see benefit in our economy. To do that, of course, within the 3 years as a new ministry, we really targeted to develop our human capital. Why? Because, Uzbekistan is a very young country and 60% of our population is under 25 years old. So our main mission as a Minister of Innovative Development to create condition and working condition for our youth so that they can really help develop our economy through their scientific startup ideas. As a Minister of Innovative Development, of course, this is a big challenge for us because innovation is very like a wide area. You can find innovative request or innovative demand in everywhere, every direction of economic growth or economic development. So scientific development or scientific cooperations international level, as well as cooperation with private companies, startup ecosystems of other countries, neighboring countries, is a very key agenda in our ministry. Speaking India and Uzbekistan cooperation, I would like to highlight that 5 really historic events that occurred in past 4 years as we're building new Uzbekistan. First of all, our president, His Excellency Mr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev has visited to India in 2018. At the time, we really discussed all the aspects of our cooperation with the Indian government. As an example, I can say I, as a Minister of Innovative Development, signed one of the key cooperative agreements in science and technology development with Government of India in the presence of His Excellency Prime Minister Modi and our President Shavkat Mirziyoyev with Dr. Harsh Vardhan. That was very big step for us to develop scientific development between two countries. After that, in January of 2019, we visited as a government visit to province of Gujarat when there was a summit, Dynamic Gujarat. At the time, we again really established one of the, I would like to say, this is very historic bridge between two countries because we really took very specific approach in cooperation with the government of Gujarat and Uzbekistan, especially we like bridge promise of the government of Gujarat with our one of the region, Andijan region, in cooperation, all the development of science, innovation, so forth. I would like to highlight a little bit later on what kind of cooperations we are doing right now, but next event, like historic partnership event occurred when Chief Minister Vijay Rupani has visited in Uzbekistan. So big delegation came and we discussed within a week period all the cooperation directions with the government of India and government of Gujarat. Then another event occurred. We paid another visit to government of Gujarat, and that time we really specified our cooperation directions. Very key notes like we identified key organizations and very specific agenda for our cooperation. And last one, the fifth like historic event that was recently a week ago, our president, His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, and His Excellency Prime Minister Modi has online summit that discussed within like 1 week ago all the aspects again of cooperation between Uzbekistan and in government of India. So this really highlights that we entered new era of partnership with government of India, and lots of specific areas, key agenda was developed, identified in what direction we should work with India, and probably this is applicable for other countries, Afghanistan, Royal Government of Cambodia, Philippines, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Indonesia. And we are really open to practice this kind of directions or build this partnership in the direction that I will highlight in the next couple of minutes. Being specific, what kind of directions, what kind of cooperations we're doing. This is really going very well because we identified specific areas. First of all, within our cooperation agreement with government of India and Uzbekistan, we announced joint grant calls for scientific cooperations, so that we 50-50 fund the scientific research projects that jointly submitted to our ministry and Minister of Science and Technology in India. So that call was very successful. Also, I was a little bit afraid how we can organize, because two sides of scientists, how they cooperate, but you know, historically, we had very good relationship with the Indian scientists, and so it really showed our efficiency. More than 137 projects submitted, and we, after scientific expertise, after scientific review, we selected 20 projects that were ready in January 2021. We jointly fund this 20 scientific projects. This is very big achievements because, and this is good, really good platform. I also offer other colleagues from other countries that participating today in this festival. And that really highlights, shows our scientific potential and future. We can develop some very good technologies jointly. Besides this, within the frame of scientific cooperation, we specifically came to agreement with our Indian colleagues, Center of Excellencies in India, sent our young scientists to India for short-time training. More than 20 young scientists in the direction of artificial intelligence, big data, biotechnology, renewable energy, right now selected out after pandemics probably ends. We'll hopefully see soon. We'll send these young scientists to India, and I very much thankful our Indian colleagues, Center of Excellencies in India, so that they are accepting our young scientists. And this is also a very good cooperation platform I also offer for other countries. If they have any opportunity, we can accept their students for training, or we can send our scientists for training and share knowledge and so forth. Two areas we really identified when we visited Gujarat. This is one area is, of course, startup ecosystem development. So in Uzbekistan, we have more than 104 research institutions, 126 universities functioning. And as I told, 60% of nations are under 25-year-old. So lots of opportunity, lots of ideas are available around. So we really started building startup ecosystem. So with the government of Gujarat, we came agreement. They have two companies, really world-renowned companies, iCreate and Devix. So we came to agreement with that two companies. We are bringing startup companies to Uzbekistan, and we're inviting from Uzbekistan to India our startuppers, make a hackathon and presentation and joint kind of startup projects, cooperation. So this is two companies who is really working very hard, and several hackathons already are planned, and we are right now, due to pandemics, we're conducting hackathons online. We have several startup accelerators in Uzbekistan. So within the 3 years, we succeeded to create several startups, scientific startup accelerators in Uzbekistan. So we're really inviting trainers for our startup accelerators, or we are being kind of trainers for iCreate and iDevix, and within a ministry building, we're giving them space so that they can freely, like in good condition, function as a startup accelerator for our country. This is one direction. Another direction, of course, agriculture. Indian agriculture has lots of progress within the 10 years. As an agriculturist, as a geneticist, I know lots of scientists, and especially in cotton, wheat, drip irrigation areas, we're conducting lots of partnership. And one of the very key direction that we learned from India, that was, this is seed company organization. This seed business in agriculture is very well developed in India. So we brought two companies, Uzbekistan, as a private companies. So far in Uzbekistan, all the seed companies, seed business are under government regulation. So we are learning Indian experience and bringing two seed companies, private seed companies from India to Uzbekistan. That's not biogenes, and also Kalash seeds. They are right now bringing new varieties of India, vegetables, horticulture, cotton, wheat, so that we can together develop new seeds and distribute it. First, our target, of course, help to our farmers. Second target will be how to organize in Uzbekistan small seed companies that benefit, because lots of opportunities available in Uzbekistan on the agricultural varieties, seeds, new seeds, and so forth. Next area of cooperation with India is artificial intelligence and big data. So that was also one of our target as a Minister of Innovative Development, because without big data, without artificial intelligence, we really cannot move forward. And we're in a starting position. I think all the countries have same kind of opportunity in that level. Some of them maybe developed more, but we really want to develop and learn Indian experiences on that, and we really connected specifically one of the Indian young company that called Rotterdam, and we have 2 ambassadors actually appointed from our ministry in India, one in artificial intelligence, another in agriculture. So I have, as a Minister of Development, Innovative Development, I have 2 ambassadors in India. One is Dr. Sharma from Rotterdam, another Dr. Kulkarni from Nat Bayajin. Now this is really paying off, because since, you know, little bit we're isolated geographically, the 2 specialists from India, they're really helping to Uzbekistan, bringing new technology on in agriculture and artificial intelligence, big data. But we have lots of new opportunities, and in perspective, where as a Minister of Innovative Development, responsible government organization in biotechnology development. So right now, we are working very closely, Bharat Biotech Company, one of the leading company in vaccine production in the world. Actually, within the visit of Gujarat, visit time, we really came to agreement with Bharat, and we really registered number of vaccines in Uzbekistan within the past 3 years. And now we're working with the Covaxin, very much interested in Covaxin experience and new vaccine development with the Indian colleague. Especially, I would like to thank to Dr. Krishna Ella, the director of that company. Of course, the government of India, that they're really supporting our collaboration on that. Another really perspective, area, as you know, Uzbekistan have big germplasm collections on every horticulture, vegetable crops, cotton, wheat, and Uzbekistan and Central Asia really renowned as a origin for many horticultural crops, and big germplasm collections still available. But India has one of the really, I would like to say, experienced country centers for germplasm storage and germplasm characterization. So we're really right now targeting with India, sending our people how to handle this germplasm, big collections. And thank you for our colleagues in India that they are supporting this idea. So we really in the future target these 3 areas: germplasm, collaboration, biotechnology, tissue culture efforts in agriculture, and this artificial intelligence and vaccine development with a Bharat Biotech. This is our agenda and perspective tasks that we're really right now hoping after pandemic's over, we will be more rigorously work with the Indian government, government of Gujarat, and this specific approach that we're taking, not just general words, we're really not pushing anybody, but these platforms, international joint calls for research programs, training of scientists, and these key areas that we can learn from India, that we're offering for Indian colleagues opportunities here to collaborate with in scientific and in innovative directions, that really showing its first results. So many years we really wanted to collaborate with many countries. Now we have opportunity. We're building new Uzbekistan, and we are open for any collaboration. So I approach to our colleagues from Afghanistan, Royal Government of Cambodia, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Philippines. If any proposals comes to us in cooperation, scientific cooperation, startup programs, startup calls, we will be very much, welcome you, and we will be open. My colleagues highlighted already that in this pandemics era, we cannot move alone. And there should be lots of cooperation, lots of, close cooperations. Of course, pandemics really kind of giving problems. We cannot communicate very well, but in Uzbekistan, we have one saying from our president: we should come out from pandemics very strong, and we will be very strong after pandemic's over, because this platform itself shows very, very advanced kind of direction, because earlier time we just wanted offline and always wanted to visit. Right now we're seeing this, of course, this kind of new direction. We're talking to each other, discussing, and everything is very much accelerated right now. So we really want that our cooperation will show results, and invite you all for scientific cooperation. And as a Minister of Innovative Development, as a scientist myself, I first of all consider myself a scientist. I'm ready, and my team here joins also supporting it. We will be ready for cooperation and development of all the nation, neighboring countries and Asian countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. It is nice to listen that how Uzbekistan is preparing itself and how Uzbekistan is expecting science, technology, innovation to give boost to its economy, and your priority for startup ecosystem, agriculture, artificial intelligence, big data, vaccine development, germ plasma collections. And your invite for collaboration to all the member countries who are present today is highly welcome. May I now request Dr. Ashutosh Sharma if he would like to interject at this moment.
Yes, this has been a fantastic session, so insightful, really extraordinary that all the honorable ministers have brought in here. They're very deep insights about how science, technology, and innovation could be the pillars of our success, our socio-economic success. I just would like to first quickly share with all the excellencies that my minister, Dr. Harshvardhan, is likely on the way. So I got the communication that perhaps he should be able to join us soon. I will check on that again. He was so greatly looking forward to meet all of you and to share some very compelling ideas as to how we can all work together. Now, this is also very interesting that, our minister, Dr. Harshvardhan, is a minister both for science, technology, as well as for health. And of course, we know that in COVID-19 times, both of these streams have come together with even much greater force than we had thought in other days before COVID-19. And these two converging streams, science, technology, health, indeed, renewable energy, water, climate change, sustainable development, rise of intelligent machines, all of these streams are converging very fast. The future is coming at us at faster and faster rate. And there are so many lessons that we have learned from this pandemic that indeed the new normal hopefully would not look the same as the old normal. One moment, I get a call from his office. Hello, Yabina.
I guess Honorable Minister is on his way.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Yeah, Honorable Minister has come, in fact.
Okay. So he'll take over from here. Can you see him, Dr. Washington?
Yeah, he's there, sir, on the sheet there.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Vashna, please take it ahead, the program.
Yeah.
Waiting to talk.
Good morning, Honorable Minister, Dr. Harshvardhan ji. We had discussions. Of course, we missed you a lot in the morning, but all our guest ministers from Afghanistan, Cambodia, Myanmar, Philippines, Sri Lanka, and Uzbekistan, they showed us that what their country is doing. While Dr. Abbas Basir from Afghanistan, he talked about digital innovation, digital ecosystem policies, and how solidarity and science technology as an innovation could be a tool to take us post COVID. Dr. Rethi from Cambodia talked about his commitment of his government to constantly increase the investment in science and technology, which are presently at 0.2%, and that investment will systematically go up to 4% of the GDP by 2030. And he also talked about not only protecting life, but protecting livelihood. And that is how he said that science, technology, and innovation, especially in the human capacity building, would be something his government would like to put a lot of focus. And he talked about digital transformation and also proposed that he would like to send his students uh, to India for studies. He also mentioned about the Computer Institute in his country, which is being uh, appropriately run with the Indian faculty over there. Dr. Mayothan Gai from Myanmar talked about the role of ASEAN India partnership and how science and technology innovation would be helpful in answering various sustainable goals. He talked about IoT, big data, artificial intelligence, robotics, not only for the industries, but also for education. And his government also organized a science festival which closed early this month. And then he talked about high-tech learning and high-tech system between the two countries. Minister from Philippines, Dr. D. La Pana, talked about various science, technology, and innovation tools to pass through this pandemic, innovative solutions using local products, and how testing capacity in Philippines has been developed with the local kits. He talked about application of artificial intelligence, additive manufacturing in finding solutions against COVID. And he also proposed that he would, his country has no domestic capacity for the COVID vaccine, and he looks forward for partnership if COVID vaccine could be manufactured in Philippines with the collaboration of partner countries. Minister from Sri Lanka, Dr. Sita, she mentioned about the solidarity and how science and technology innovations could be helpful in long-term economic gains, long-term solidarity, and how they could reduce cost of life to the public. She talked about cooperation in health and vaccine, digital development, and urged all of us to be bold and creative and flexible to come out of the current crisis. Dr. Abdul Rahmanov from Uzbekistan, whose ministry is rather new, and Uzbekistan and India has recently announced 20 new joint research projects, and also they are looking for partnership in the state of Gujarat, and they are looking for cooperation in the area of a startup ecosystem, agriculture, artificial intelligence, big data, uh, biotechnology, jump class connection, and also in vaccine development. So, sir, this has been the discussion so far, and now all the ministers would like to have a word from you, sir. Thank you, sir. Looking forward. Dr. Harshvardhan.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all my friends, colleagues, excellencies, and all the participants in this very important Overseas Science and Technology Ministers and Diplomats Conclave. Thank you, Dr. Varshney. You have briefly apprised me and given an overview of what has happened in this session till now, and also have informed me about the learned thoughts and words of wisdom that have flown from the honorable ministers. I feel so sorry, and I have to officially apologize to all my colleague ministers that I could not be part of this particular session till now, because there was this clash that happened. At the same time, we had an important cabinet meeting which is chaired by the Prime Minister with very important issues. And I was, in fact, helpless in spite of my intense desire to be part of the earlier deliberations and to listen to our honorable ministers. I could not do that, but I promise that I'm going to go back to the videos of the speeches and certainly try to learn from the experiences and from the thoughts of our colleague ministers. For us, it's a matter of great privilege that almost half a dozen ministers of science and technology and relevant streams, they have joined us in this India International Science Festival, and that too during very difficult times for the whole world in 2020. So before I start my official statement, I have to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the ministers. We are really grateful to you. As I must have been told to you by now that this is our 6th India International Science Festival. We started in 2015. For the first time, we are having it virtually because of the COVID-19 pandemic situation all across the world. But we were fortunate that every year we had the physical presence of some of the science and technology ministers from some very important countries in the past few years. And I feel delighted and satisfied that at least during this festival, also in 2020, we have the distinguished presence of all of you. We had a science diplomacy conclave yesterday. I had the privilege to participate in that. We had a meeting yesterday evening with the Indian diaspora, where the scientists and the technocrats, they all, from all parts of the world, they had all met. So it's proving out to be a very, very useful, very, very informative, good quality information sharing. And I think a forum where we can strengthen our strong base of working and forging good quality coordination and collaboration between the various countries, because science, we know, it is universal, and India strongly believes that the benefits of the scientific research and the development of technology, they have to be shared by the whole world. They have to be for the whole world. They have to be for every person on the globe. With these few words, I will acknowledge the presence of Honorable Dr. Abbas Basir, Minister of Higher Education, Government of Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, Honorable Dr. Chem Keith Rethi, Minister Delegate attached to the Prime Minister and Secretary of State, Ministry of Industry, Science and Technology and Innovation, Royal Government of Cambodia, Honorable Dr. Myo Thin Gi, Union Minister of Education, Myanmar, Honorable Professor Fortunato T.D. La Pena, Secretary, Minister of Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology, Philippines, Honorable Dr. Sita Aram Bipola, Minister of Skill Development, Vocational Education, Research, Innovation of Sri Lanka, Honorable Mr. Ibrahim U. Abdura Khomonov, Minister of Innovative Development, Uzbekistan, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, other secretaries to the Government of India who are present in this session, distinguished scientists, technologists, entrepreneurs, and diplomats, members of the press, and ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend a very, very warm welcome on behalf of the Government of India and express my heartfelt thanks to all excellencies from Afghanistan, Cambodia, Myanmar, Philippines, Sri Lanka, and Uzbekistan, who not only consented to grace the occasion, but have also joined and given grace to our function. I would equally like to thank diplomats from Denmark, Italy, Netherlands, Switzerland, and other countries for their gracious presence in today's Overseas Science and Technology Ministers and Diplomats Conclave of India International Science Festival 2020. Your presence today reinforces our belief that science and technology breaks all barriers. We also believe it validates the Indian philosophy of Vasudev Kutumbakam, the world is one family. This expression reflects our ancient inclusive traditions. Through technology, we are able to give meaning to this expression and indeed to the best of democratic values. Friends, India shares a common past and heritage with many of its immediate as well as extended neighbors, and this has served well to forge an unbreakable bond amongst all of us. Today, while our countries celebrate the different facets of our vibrant relationship, bonded by mutual trust and friendship, we have learned to harness the soft prowess of science and technology as an important pillar of our cooperation in the knowledge economy of the 21st century. Research and innovation is now a way of life. Their outcome supports and shapes a wide range of industries and communities, from the latest delivery app to safer cars or breakthrough treatments for illnesses. The current COVID-19 pandemic has reinforced our belief in innovation and R&D to accelerate products and services that not only help in disease management, but also enhance our level of preparedness for future outbreaks. India's response to the pandemic has been driven by the wisdom and evidence of science. The world has been learning and relearning how to deal with the pandemic, and so have we. We have drawn lessons at every stage, and we have not hesitated to accept the advice of our doctors and scientists or to adopt global best practices. Every era produces its own strategic concepts and analytical constructs. The current one is no exception. Let me tell you, India was a country which did not make its own ventilators, testing kits, PPEs, and N95 masks. And yet today it has become self-sufficient and is catering to its domestic needs as well as exporting these devices. By setting up more than 15,000 dedicated COVID treatment facilities, we have created an infrastructure that can respond effectively. Our high recovery rate and low case fatality rate speak for themselves, as indeed does a social distancing culture adoption of preventive measures. COVID-19 created a spike in demand for pharmaceuticals, especially hydroxychloroquine and paracetamol. Recently, the announcement of $10 million towards a COVID-19 emergency fund by our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji was used to send drugs, medical supplies and machines to our neighboring countries like Afghanistan, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Maldives, and Sri Lanka. During the current pandemic, India has already supplied anti-malarial drug hydroxychloroquine and paracetamol to more than 60 coronavirus hit countries. Today, the focus has shifted to vaccine production and rapid testing. Many vaccines are in the advanced stage of development, and India is slated to become one of the largest manufacturers of vaccines in the whole world. India is deeply involved in many international collaborations and initiatives. Our Prime Minister has committed to the United Nations that we will help make vaccines accessible and affordable to all. I am delighted that the Immunoassay Laboratory of Translational Health Science and Technology Institute has been recognized by Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, SAPI, as one of the 6 global networks of laboratories for centralized assessment of COVID-19 vaccines. The crisis has stimulated innovation and enterprise in India. A comprehensive mapping of the entire startup ecosystem has been done to identify and support relevant technology solutions ready for scale-up. As many as 51 startup-driven innovative products are being financially supported to accelerate their market readiness and deployment. A special call has been made through the Technology Development Board to support industries that have an appropriate and proven product or technology to commercialize or scale up further. There are many other challenges which the world is ready to face in the post-COVID-19 era, such as climate change, energy and water security, antimicrobial resistance, etc., to name a few. To face these challenges, we must rethink on how research is funded, We need to revisualize which research is being funded and reimagine newer ways of cooperation on this front. The pandemic has accelerated digitization, and we need to utilize artificial intelligence and big data with responsibility and accessibility. India has taken leadership in digitization, and our contact tracing and tracking of COVID-19 cases has shown that India can harness digital solutions for benefit of the population. We also believe that for Indian science to be globally competitive, India needs to effectively leverage international collaborations. My dear Excellencies, my ministries of Science and Technology and Earth Sciences are actively cooperating with 44 countries across the globe. The present cooperation in research and development is driven by a sense of mutual trust and purpose in achieving together high quality and high impact partnerships. This cooperation extends to capacity building in the academic research arena as well. In order to create an ecosystem of fundamental research as a pathway for technology development and innovation, our R&D and academic institutions need to be more globally connected to understand and incorporate the best practices. We can leapfrog by avoiding pitfalls through our collective learnings and experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, India has always believed in sharing knowledge, technology, and know-how with countries facing similar developmental challenges. The Department of Science and Technology is facilitating the Indian scientific community to connect with researchers from other countries like Australia, Asian countries, Brazil, Japan, Portugal, Russia, Serbia, Slovenia, United States, and Uzbekistan to find solutions against COVID-19 through joint research projects. Further, under the Partnerships for Accelerating Clinical Trials, capacity building activities for facilitating phase 3 trials, clinical trials of Indian COVID-19 vaccines in partnering nations are being supported, and 3 training modules with nearly 8 sessions have been successfully completed for 100 participants from Afghanistan, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Maldives, Mauritius, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. Going forward, I believe that our cooperation should now start focusing on providing scientific and technological solutions to meet the unmet needs for the common man. The father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi, believed that appropriate technology could provide the ways and means for human emancipation from drudgery and poverty. In the last few years, we have been successful in launching such programs with Africa. Recently, we have also announced a new program called the Asian India Innovation Platform, which aims towards the co-development of technologies and products through value addition, validation through product deployment, and market-ready technology transfer with a focus on affordability. This will help us to collectively develop affordable, accessible, and available solutions of great social impact and relevance. I am sure this will add a totally new dimension to India-ASEAN collaboration, which has so far been mainly based on joint research and fellowships. At a bilateral level, India has successfully launched industrial and innovation R&D programs with several advanced countries across the globe. we can certainly share our experiences and learnings in the deployment of science and technology for addressing common sustainable development challenges in our region. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to emphasize that for our neighborhood countries, including Afghanistan, Myanmar, and Sri Lanka, a unique model of need-based entity-to-entity cooperation has been judiciously adopted. This has been done with the defining perspective to jointly address national needs of these countries through S&T-enabled cooperation. For example, with Vietnam, a project on leather research and tannery waste treatment, faculty development in computer sciences in Myanmar, urban mapping project using geospatial information system for Thailand, and capacity building through India's Science and Research Fellowship for close neighbors, including Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, etc., are being sagaciously implemented. Thus, scientific and technological strength and compatibility has been judiciously harnessed to establish a win-win cooperation model. Today's conclave will provide us an excellent opportunity to hear our distinguished guests impart knowledge on how they are making science and technology an effective tool for socio-economic development in their respective countries. We have heard many of you by now. As we move towards the post-COVID-19 world, the learnings of this unprecedented time shall guide us in our future endeavors. As the peak and panic associated with the current crisis subsides, R&D leaders will be faced with a crucial choice: attempt to return to some version of pre-crisis business as usual, or embrace the change and fundamentally reimagine the medical and healthcare paradigm. For all its disruption, COVID-19 has, out of necessity, accelerated innovation and experimentation in ways that have benefited the common man. Building on that energy and momentum in a thoughtful but committed way is critical in a rapidly changing developmental paradigm and shall bring us to the next normal. We must strengthen the use of science in policy, build public trust in science, ensure open science, universal access to solutions, and expedite action in response to scientific findings and innovation. I see that there is enough political determination across the globe in the post-COVID era to foster innovation and research and development on the ground. This determination should engender optimism that innovation investment in the coming years won't be derailed and in fact may experience a strong growth. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you once again for being here and giving me an opportunity to speak today. May I wish you and the people of your countries a very, very happy Christmas and a very, very happy and prosperous New Year 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. And now, if any of the ministers would like to have any conversation with our minister for some time, most welcome. Or if you would like to pose any question or any suggestion, so we can briefly take it. So any minister.
Excellency Minister Harsh Vardhan, it's my pleasure to meet you, at least in online. So in 2018, we met with you, and I just highlighted one of the historic agreement that we signed together. And in presence of you, I would like again say that really this cooperation paying off right now, and we seeing lots of good results because of your support, because of your vision, and what you highlighted in your speech really exciting us, because as a new ministry and building new innovation ecosystem for Uzbekistan, we really think that we learn lots of new technologies, transfer lots of new technologies from India to our country. And one of the good platforms that really right now we practicing, that's joint grant call and joint financing of our cooperative programs, scientific projects. It's really welcomed in our scientific community. And our scientists really thanking that we organizing this, and I hopefully ask your support in the next years. We again announce joint call for proposals, joint call for scientific research programs. Another thing, I also ask your support that we already selected 20 young scientists to send a couple of centers of excellence in India. So, of course, this is pandemics giving a little bit problems, but after pandemics era ends, we really would like to expedite sending these people, this young generation to India so that they can learn. Why? Because, when we send somebody or accept somebody from India to Uzbekistan, this really bridges and giving lots of new initiatives in scientific programs. And you very much correctly highlighted that Indian experience in big data, artificial intelligence, and as a Minister of Innovative Development, we will be very happy to collaborate with India and other countries. My colleagues also, if they support, we can kind of build one platform together, develop on this area, because future of science without big data, without artificial intelligence, we cannot see it. And without cooperation or in isolation, we cannot develop this new direction, and that India kind of leaders on this direction. We will be very happy for your support and for your kind support for our young scientists and these programs. And also I highlighted this, we established very good collaboration with this covaxin trial. Right now we're discussing with Bharat Biotech company. We involved in many vaccine trials with other countries, but really, appreciate if you could support also our collaborations with Bharat Biotech and covaxin that you're developing. May not be the particular vaccine, but we initiating in Uzbekistan our vaccine development, and so I would like have kind of collaboration with our countries, other colleagues, if they have any kind of new ideas on COVID vaccine or other type of vaccine development, will be very much appreciate jointly develop for our nations this vaccine. And we're in the process, but again, knowing that you highlighting, and Excellency Prime Minister Modi highlighted in UN Assembly that the covaxin program, that we will be very much appreciate if we can establish good cooperation on that. Briefly, I thank you very much for your support, and I look forward for your cooperation, for your support, and I think the best yet to come for our partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, for your very kind words. And I can only say that we On behalf of India and the Indian people, I reciprocate the same feelings for you and your countrymen, and of course your scientists and all the researchers. You have mentioned a couple of issues that we have been working together on, whether it is about this, you mentioned about the vaccine or the training program for the clinical trials, or for the you see future cooperation around artificial intelligence and machine learning, those all those advanced issues, and of course for training program for our for your scientists in the Indian institutions. I can only say in brief that we will take the relationship forward, strengthen it further in all aspects, and look at each and every dimension of the whole thing. And as has been mentioned by you, all my senior officials of the Science and Technology Minister, they are all part of this function. They are all listening to you. And we promise that we'll strengthen our relationship with your country, and of course with others, in the best possible manner in the times to come. And we shall use this experience of 2020 to, I think, plan better things for future, so that we can, if unfortunately there is a situation like this anytime in the future, the world is faced, you see, world is like prepared much better than what we were in 2020 to face an impending situation. So thank you so much for your participation once again on behalf of India.
Sir, Dr. Abbas Basir, Minister from Afghanistan, would also like to make a remark.
Okay.
Minister, and in fact, it is my pleasure that it's for second time that I'm seeing you. It was in 2018 that I met you in New Delhi, at the time that I was working for SACEP, South Asia Cooperative Environment Program. So we had a very fruitful discussion on collaboration in South Asian region. So it is the second time that I have this opportunity to see you. So in terms of mutual collaboration between India and Afghanistan, so there are different aspects of bilateral cooperation. In terms of higher education and research, so we have had a lot of opportunities and a lot of support for cooperation under ICCR. More than thousands of scholarships have been provided for Afghanistan students to go to India. And also under ISRF, we have had this opportunity to have some teachers and researchers to visit India to learn from India. But nowadays we are mostly focusing on research and innovation. We have a new plan to move forward towards research and innovation in Afghanistan, and we are going to promote science-based policy in Afghanistan, and so it's required to strengthen research activities in this country. I know that there are many good capacities in India in this regard. If there is more opportunities for collaboration in this regard to strengthen the capacity of our research centers in Afghanistan, and also have collaboration in terms of having access to the digital library of India, and also international journals that they are available in India. So we are also working on promoting online education and online teaching. So we need to work in this area also, if there is any possibility. But anyway, there are many areas that we can work together, and we look forward to have your support in these areas. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Excellency. I also fondly remember the meeting that we had last time, and then I'm so happy that you have been kind and gracious enough to participate in our India International Science Festival. And we all, you see, know in India, and we feel the depth of the relationship that we have with Afghanistan, and of course, it's a long relationship. We share the common, you see, bonding on all fronts, and I can only reassure that we will strengthen our relationship further, and in terms of the nitty-gritty of the various things that we are already doing. And then you said that there are many other things that are already in your mind, which we could in fact strengthen our relationship and our collaboration on. We'll take it forward in a big way, and we'll continue to strengthen our relationship and the field of academia, collaboration, technology development, training of our personnel, and of course these exchange of visits, etc., etc. We'll take it forward. Thank you so much for your words of wisdom.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Mayo Thain Gai from Myanmar would also like to make a remark.
Excellency, I would like to thank you and for the organizers for the invitation for this very important event. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank the government of India, the Ministry of Science and Technology and iTech program for your kind cooperation and supports to the Ministry of Education. I would like to request Excellency and iTech program. We would like to get more scholarships for the master degree program and PhD degree program to the Myanmar University's faculty. Thank you very much, Excellency. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. We'll certainly ask our officials to look at the very modest request made by you with a positive mind, and see how we can take forward our relationship with our neighbors like you. Thank you so much for your participation. I'm really delighted to see all of you here in this festival. Thank you.
So with this, sir, we come to an end of a very, very intense session in which we heard ministers from several countries. So thank you all. Namaskar. Goodbye. And see you soon in some other engagements. And in the meanwhile, if you have any thought, you are most welcome to write to us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our team may stay. And I request others to please, no. मेरे ख्याल से ये लिंक तो यही चलता रहेगा ना?
यस सर, सेम लिंक रहेगा आफ्टर द लंच।
आफ्टर द लंच तो हम लोग ऐसा करते हैं कि वीडियो ऑडियो म्यूट करके अपना खाना ना खा लेते हैं और फिर जल्दी से आ जाते हैं।
यस सर बिल्कुल
ठीक है।
ठीक है।
तो 2 बजे से सेशन है, तो हम लोग 1:45 बजे तक निश्चित रूप से लॉग इन होने चाहिए।
ओके सर।
ओके सर।
Good afternoon, friends. There is still some time, so we'll wait for others to join.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. कैसे हैं Nirmal जी?
Good afternoon.
How are you, Freak?
I'm good.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Just wait for some time because still about 10 minutes are there.
Feeling a little jealous of the tropical island I see behind you.
It is just to keep everyone refreshed.
No.
Namaskar, good afternoon. I'm Sanjeev Varshney from Department of Science and Technology, and I welcome you all to the second session of the Overseas Ministers and Diplomat Conclave of the India International Science Festival, which is in its sixth edition. In the morning, we had some good discussions, and we are fortunate that now we would be having discussions. While the morning discussion was between the ministers, and now we'll have discussions with our other friends, diplomats, officials, and professors. Before we go any further, uh, in this COVID time, everything is happening virtual. So we will also have lightning of the lamp virtually. So I'll request my IT team to please light the lamp as a token of appreciation. Namaskar. Thank you very much. COVID has given us some very challenging times, and we have been adjusting to the new normals. So our session would be themed on change priorities in the post-COVID era. And I'll request Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, to give the welcome address. And Professor Sharma is, as I think all of you know, is not only Secretary to the Department of Science and Technology, but also a research professor working in, he is the founding coordinator of Nanoscience Center and Advanced Computing Image at IIT Kanpur. And we would love to listen to him. Professor Sharma, please.
Thank you, Varshney. My greeting to all of you who are here with us. Namaskar. I'm so delighted that we are with Honorable Minister for Research and Technology, or Head of National Research and Innovation, Indonesia, who would join us through video message. Excellency Vincenzo Di Luca, Ambassador of Italy to India. Dr. Jacob Williams, Counselor for Innovation, Research and Higher Education, Danish Embassy in New Delhi. Dr. Jan Friedrichs, Counselor Innovation, Kingdom of the Netherlands, Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands in New Delhi. Dr. Indranil Ghosh, Senior Advisor, Education, Research and Innovation, Embassy of Switzerland. Professor Ivan Prostakov, Vice Rector, Higher School of Economics in Moscow. And Professor Shri Rurg Song Si Vilai, the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, Thailand. Let me extend a very hearty welcome to all of you who have been able to join us in this India International Science Festival, which is indeed something very unique. It's been going on for last 5 years, so this is the 6th year that we assembled for it. And indeed, being in COVID-19 times, this is the first time that this is being held on a virtual platform. This poses many challenges, but also new opportunities. For one, it is able to reach people anywhere in any corner of the world, should they able to or they want to join it. So the reach has become even bigger than it was last year when it was in Kolkata, where there were, well, about more than about 600,000 people physically visited this festival. So festival is a celebration of science and technology, in particular to inspire young people, even starting from school education. The event has more than 40 the events which are focused on almost every aspect of science and technology. So I would request that all of us encourage young people in our country, get the information to them about different events, and should they want to join, that this is certainly possible. It's a great learning opportunity. It's probably the biggest science event of its kind anywhere in the world, grown to really, really big size. I think this year there will be more than 1 million people who would attend different talks and events. So it's a fantastic opportunity for people, even from different nations, to get together and learn something from each other. 2020 has transformed our lives in unimaginable ways and has globally disrupted each and every aspect of our lives. And needless to say, and that these challenges have also been opportunities, and the learnings, a lot of learnings will go forward with us beyond the COVID-19 times. COVID-19 has reiterated what we already know, that there are global challenges that affect us all, and we need to collectively engage and develop solutions for these challenges. And of course, the future has been always coming at us. Now it's coming at us faster because of the virus, or thanks to virus. We realize two things: that the change is a constant that we need to adapt to, and secondly, that the challenges of future are something which are shared by the humanity at large. So a whole lot of these aspects that would remain with us: sustainable development, climate change, a rise of intelligent machines and new disruptive technologies, quantum technologies, clean energy, water, livelihood, and so on, environment. Whole lot of these are shared challenges for humanity. And I think we would do great to cooperate rather than only compete. So, of course, that we need competition in many aspects of our lives, but the aspect of cooperation also has to be brought forward in equally compelling way. Another aspect that has brought forth is the importance of science and technology in solving the global challenges. So science, technology, and innovation really, really become the pillars based on which we have to seek solutions and build for the future. The crisis has stimulated innovation and enterprise in India. A comprehensive mapping of entire startup ecosystem could be done to identify and support the relevant technology solutions ready for scale up. About 1,000 startups were mapped for their capability and what they could offer, and over 100 startups were supported adequately for them to produce their solutions and technologies and products with the speed and with the scale. A special cell call was made through Technology Development Board to support industries that have appropriate and proven products and technologies to commercialize them. And indeed, it was very heartening to note that with the triple helix working together, which is that the government and the industry and academia working together, that many of these challenges could be addressed with good quality. So all the way from PPEs to N95 masks to ventilators to diagnostics, including new diagnostics based on CRISPR and other tools. All of that could develop very quickly in about 3 to 4 months. And all of this is now being commercially manufactured at a scale with excess capacity in most of these products for export. So the capacity, which was rather low when the pandemic started in India, has now totally been tuned and ramped up. And there are many lessons in it for us, and we would certainly implement lessons going forward. In particular, also international cooperation. Of course, international cooperation was rather slow when the pandemic started, and for good reasons, for understandable reasons, because people first have to focus on their own citizens and their own country. But as we go forward, and maybe this is not the last pandemic, so the lessons of international cooperation is something that we would do well to institutionalize. So in the times of disaster, which is of global proportions, how do we mobilize our science and technology systems with the speed to have this cooperation? The Ministry of Science and Technology is facilitating the Indian scientific community to connect with researchers from other countries like Australia, Brazil, Denmark, Germany, Italy, Japan, Portugal, Switzerland, UK, United States, etc., to find the solutions against COVID-19 through joint research projects. Of course, these joint research projects, some of them are longer term, which would give us insights into the behavior of virus of similar kinds in the future as well. So things could be done with much greater speed. The behavior of virus, the spreading pathways, as well as mathematical modeling of the spread of pandemic. If there were good mathematical models, there were of course many mathematical models for this pandemic, but not all of them were equal, not all of them were accurate, not all of them have been tested. So we are in fact establishing a center for mathematical modeling of pandemics, which would involve the best of mathematical brains and clinicians in the country. And this would be a sustained effort. So anything that happens in the future, that one is fully ready to make predictions, and based on that to be able to make decisions. The pandemic has also accelerated digitization, and we need to utilize artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, etc., with responsibility and accessibility. A big part of it also has been science communication, because pandemic or any disaster is only half of it is science and technology. The other half is getting the right information to people so that they are able to deal with it more effectively. India has taken a lot of has made a lot of efforts and taken leadership in digital technologies and contact tracing and tracking, etc., that India can indeed harness digital solutions for the benefit of the population. In fact, at the same time, a new mission that we started in cyber physical systems came in very handy. It was just right in time. A whole lot of new tools related to artificial intelligence could be worked on, and they already, several of them have started working on the ground. For example, telemedicine related tools. A whole lot of people in the ICUs in remote places like Himalayas were helped by telemedicine by having ICU experts, for example, talking in a special way and monitoring these patients remotely. The India's ongoing major changes include the formulation of a new science, technology, and innovation policy, which is now concluding very quickly. So in a couple of months, we should have a very compelling new policy for science, tech, and innovation. We have consulted more than 15,000 people in all walks of life, scientists, researchers, professors, farmers, women living in small towns, children, all of them, whole lot of people, industry people, and also some international partners have been consulted in formulating this policy so that diverse perspectives could be harmonized and effective solutions for them could be found. Um, The policy would also bring in new mechanisms and structures and architecture for international cooperation of India with all our partner countries. It would encourage local to global innovation, need-based technology development, and sustainable growth. There are many other challenges which face us beyond COVID-19, and I talked about them: water, energy, rise of antimicrobial resistance, climate change, and so on. And in fact, the rise of thinking machines. That probably would be a challenge of the same magnitude as the climate change. To face these challenges, we must rethink how research is funded and carried out, revision what kind of research is funded, and what kind of early directions could be provided to it. Reimagine scientific publishing models. In other words, not just publishing models, but how do we democratize information? Information is a bedrock for the age of technology. And so this information, right kind of information for different people ought not to be confined only in universities. So different kind of information for different people, and how do we get it over to them? Which brings in the very important role for science communication. And new models are evolving. Just to give you an example, we are now asking PhD students and postdocs to write one popular science story based on their area of research. And it has received very good response. It's very exciting for these people, young people. And we receive about 5,000 stories every year that are written by PhD students. It's good for them. It's good for people who read them. So we need to communicate very effectively our science to people, so that not just for pandemic, but every aspect of our lives, which is impacted by science and technology. There is no doubt that it's only science and technology that can solve the global problems, and that can happen through open exchange of ideas and sharing of resources. India International Science Festival has provided a platform for such exchange, not only nationally, but also internationally. So I would conclude by saying thank you so very much for being with us today, and giving us your thoughts that would be very useful for the things that we do together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sharma, for putting in the perspective and for setting the overall goal of the session. And with these remarks, I would like to invite my colleague from Danish Embassy, Dr. Jacob William, to let us know about the Danish preparations against the COVID and how they have been changing their research priorities.
Thank you so much, my very good colleague, Mr. Vasni, and thank you so much, Professor Sharma, for this very insightful introduction. I think definitely that 2020 is going to be a year that we will not forget very soon. And I think that it brings, of course, an acute sense of us being in a global world where we are connected, facing the same challenges and must act together, but also gives us a sense of hope, which you also mentioned, that now science and technology is placed central to our understanding of the future and where we need to go, but also if some of the young college-going people are listening into this session, it has placed science and technology education in the midst of what young people think of when they think of making a mark for themselves in the world. And that is something that we need to keep in mind and strengthen going forward. I think that we will all work to maintain the strength of our universities and our research institutions, and their very central location in national and global politics and policy making that has come about this year. So the year 2020 we will never forget, because of course we were met with COVID, but also because I think we saw what a united resolve in the area of science technology could bring with it. So this week only, the first vaccine was approved for use in the European Union, and we hope to see the rollout in Denmark begin the first day after Christmas on the 27th. This is a completely unique situation that in such 8-9 months time, we've been able to reach to this stage. It only comes because of the joint effort of the public investment and the private company's ability to accommodate, and then of course our research institutions' ability to direct their efforts and collaborate internationally to make this happen. In that sense, this is going to be a symbol going forward for how science and technology can be the change makers in society, not only nationally, but globally. We are, of course, growing out of the COVID-19 crisis, becoming more aware, I think, of the other crises that are looming and that we need to face together. Such global challenges as climate change, but also some in the public health department, such as, for example, antimicrobial resistance and other challenges that have been brought to the fore by the focus and the failures of our public health systems and our attempts to meet those failures. Denmark has been investing heavily in science and technology for the last 30 years in a directed effort to create what you named as the triple helix collaboration in society between industry, public authority, and our universities. I think that it's now time that we focus more on making that investment into something that will get a global impact. One of the signs of this is that we have managed in the midst of the crisis to join hands with India in what we have called the Global Strategic Partnership, agreed by our prime ministers in September. Science and technology is a strong and important underpinning under this. And in the partnership, we promise each other that we will work together to meet global challenges, primarily related to climate change and to the environmental emergencies that we face as a global community. We have decided that a few areas stands out as areas where we have a very strong partnership already and a very strong capability for collaboration, not only in science and technologies, but between our industries and between our public authorities as well. Those areas are especially energy and water, where in energy, Denmark has a tradition of implementing especially wind energy or renewable energy and getting it very well integrated with our electricity and energy grids. We are looking forward to deepening that area of collaboration with India, and we are hoping that science and technology will become an integral and strong part of that effort. The same thing in water, we could say, where we are hoping to support the Indian water mission in the years to come, with a focus on water efficiency, but also environmental protection related to water, such as, for example, industrial wastewater and city wastewater. We are also entering into closer discussions on how to make global investments into Danish investments in this area, how to mobilize the resources of our societies in ways that can support the science, technology, industry, and societal collaboration. Furthermore, of course, we are focusing on being partners in the global climate diplomacy. In the Danish higher education and science sector, we have in the last couple of years moved the investments towards what we call the green transition. And this year we are looking at carbon capture, power to X, at plastic pollution and sustainable food systems. Furthermore, we are joining hands with India in focusing on a culture of entrepreneurship and the creation of spin-outs, startups, and young entrepreneurs that can take our efforts in the scientific domain into society in a more systematic and effective way. We feel that the achievements of India this year in 2020 in this area is really a boon to the world and something to follow. We would like to partner with India in that effort going forward. Our idea is that we have an all of society challenge that is current and then one before us, and we have to meet it with our efforts being underpinned by our science and technology investments. In the energy area, we would like to work with India, as I said, in wind, but also biogas and solar, in smart grid integration, and then especially in the modeling of the energy markets and the modeling of our energy systems. In water area, we are looking to technologies to improve efficiency in our water systems, eliminate leakages in our water supply, but again, with a focus to data collection, data use, and modeling. In health, we are very much interested in being part of India's journey in digital health. We think that the size and scale of India and the ambitions for expanding and improving the health systems calls for a data and AI-based approach in which entrepreneurship again should stand center. We would also like to highlight how the vaccines development that has taken place this year opens up opportunities that will have benefits that are enormous in public health going forward. The Danish scientists are not involved in any of the vaccines that are being approved these days, but we are in the generation right behind it. And we have made strides here in Denmark. And so we have seen scientists do in India. And I think that these progresses in vaccine development will have multiple uses and multiple applications beyond COVID. And we should start thinking now about how to most benefit from that. We're very much looking forward to bringing our projects together in the new year. When it comes to smart cities, we are already partnering with India in this domain. But again, as Professor Sharma also pointed out, the use of AI and machine learning will probably transform this field immensely. Finally, I'd like to mention one field which I find of increased importance this year, also because of regulatory changes in the Indian system, and that is opportunities for collaboration within providing sustainable food systems. Denmark and India has, since many years, been partners in the agricultural area, and a lot of technology transfer has happened in both directions. I think what we need now is the next generation of technology development adapted to Indian and Danish conditions to take place. A transformation based on AI, machine learning, the use of data, and the strong coordination between production, market, and public health targets, especially in nutrition. The last year, DST has made a very significant investment, which I think is becoming a lighthouse for all of us in cyber-physical systems. And the areas that I have mentioned so far, we see them as key areas for collaborating with India and the groups that have been set up in cyber-physical systems on certain areas of the Sustainable Development Goals, such as, again, water, health, energy, smart cities, and sustainable food systems. So I foresee a very strong, but also very specific collaboration between India and Denmark in these areas. DST, as Professor Sharma mentioned, has also been a key to the success of India in combating COVID through entrepreneurship. This is another area where we from Denmark would like to put a lot of our energy in the coming year. DST stands to me as a hub for how the industry, the public sector, and the research system can collaborate. And in its toolbox, it already has many tools that support that. We are ready to partner in making this triple helix trust international. We think that we need to meet our Indian and Danish challenges in this triple helix format. And I think that the solutions we develop in that movement will serve global markets and global challenges as well. I think now at the end of 2020, the need is that we direct our science and technology efforts to decisively move towards a cohesive and positive future for the world and for the young people going through our systems. I think the future should be green, and the future should be focused on an inclusive approach to public health. And Denmark is very interested in being India's partner in both those movements. So thank you very much for inviting us. And I also would like to send the greeting from our ambassador, Freddie Svane, whose name is written on my picture here because he was meant to speak. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to take his place. And Happy New Year and Merry Christmas and all the best for this new science, technology and innovation policy and for the international collaborative effort that is ingrained in that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jacob. In fact, we all will remember 2020 as a very, very special year where science, technology, entrepreneurship came to the rescue of the nations. And I'm so happy that when you say that European Union has approved the COVID vaccine, and India would look forward for the results, how it is going and how it's going. So thank you very much. It is my pleasure to inform that now Ambassador, His Excellency Vincent Luca has joined us. He is Ambassador of Italy in India and has been a champion of Italian cause, particularly in post-COVID time, the kind of collaboration India and Italy could do to counter this disease. So I'll invite Ambassador Luca to please give his remarks on Italian priorities in post-COVID.
Thank you very much and good afternoon and thank you for this invitation. My warm greetings to Secretary DST Ashutosh Sharma, to the colleagues of the other embassy and speakers. Thanks especially to Dr. Sharma for the very close and fruitful collaboration we have been developing in the last few years, especially after Tech Summit 2018, where Italy was guest of honor of India. Science and technology has been also among the priorities of the digital summit between Prime Minister Conte and Prime Minister Modi that took place the last 6th of November. And is also one of the priority of the 5 years plan of action between Italy and India. I'm so delighted to join you on the 6th edition of India International Science Festival. It has been indeed a very challenging year, 2020. The COVID pandemic has shown us the vulnerability of our environment and triggered a reflection on how to restructure our policies, highlighting the importance of science and technology and of international collaboration to fight against pandemics and for a sustainable recovery all over the world. While the rapid outbreak of the pandemic has revealed the fragility of human societies in the face of new viral infection, it has also made it clear to everyone how new technology and innovation strategy play a crucial role in the future of our planet. The centrality of innovation and scientific research is also evident from the role that these issues are assuming in the main international discussion forum, including the G20, of which Italy will hold the presidency starting from January 2021, and in the promotion of global initiatives such as the COP26, which will be jointly chaired by UK and Italy again in 2021. We have seen how the international scientific community has come together to find a solution to epidemiological outbreak and was able to produce in an unprecedented and extraordinarily short length of time effective vaccines that are currently being distributed already in some part of the world. Europe will have a vaccination day on 27th of December, in less than 1 week time. Italy, together with European partners, has been an active player and one of the main promoters of the multilateral initiative, aimed at enhancing the research for a vaccine and making sure that distribution worldwide would be equal and inclusive. And I want to mention that Italy will host not only the G20 next year, but also the Global Health Summit on 21st of May. Will be the most important forum in the world next year to discuss about health issues starting from pandemics. As you recall, Italy was one of the first countries to be affected by the coronavirus epidemic. During this period, our best medical research institute and pharmaceutical companies helped the research by sequencing the virus, testing new therapies based on drug repurposing, and participating in the global challenge to find a vaccine. At the same time, the Italian government, despite the extremely difficult economic situation, continued to fund research, both at national level through the Ministry of Health and at European level, supporting the European Union Horizon 2020 program. One of the examples of the cooperation on COVID-19 was the very productive dialogue we tabled with our Indian partners. Over the past year, we organized 2 high-level events dedicated to talking COVID-19 with prominent authorities and members of the scientific community from India and Italy. We had in-depth conversation on diagnostics, therapies, drug repurposing, and vaccine. Another area of cooperation between Italy and India is within the EU Horizon 2020 program, where India participates through the Translational Health Science and Technology Institute, Faridabad, and the CBCI Society for Medical Education in Bangalore to the Orchestra project coordinated by University of Verona. As far as our bilateral relation, science and technology is indeed one of the pillars of Indo-Italian cooperation, as I mentioned in my opening remarks. The main tool to realize this cooperation is the Executive Program of Scientific and Technological Cooperation that is renewed every 3 years within a more general agreement that the Department of Science and Technology, DST, signed with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Italy. We are currently finalizing with our Indian partners the renewal of the executive program, which will include specific areas of cooperation, and are hopeful to launch the call for proposal of project at the beginning of next year. We recently have a very fruitful meeting with Dr. Sharma on this matter. The executive program foresees also the Italian participation in an official industrial R&D program with GITA, the Global Innovation and Technology Alliance. Since the launch in 2016, our interaction with GITA has flourished in 2 bilateral calls for proposal. Currently, 2 sustainable industrial projects are being developed with our Indian partners on photovoltaics and on sustainable steel. During all these interactions, we have selected topics that we consider to be strategic for our countries and where we believe that the joint venture between Italian and Indian companies can be more productive of result, such as smart manufacturing, Industry 4.0, technology for cultural heritage, advanced material, water technology, aerospace, clean tech, Internet of Things. We also had an innovation forum last 23rd of June with our Indian partners and collaborated to establish a steady bilateral dialogue on 2 of the most pressing challenges of our times: green economy and sustainable development on the one hand, and health science on the other hand, stimulating the interaction between the academic world and industry, the latter represented by some industrial consortia that are world leaders in bringing cutting-edge innovation to the market. As stated by our 2 prime ministers a few weeks ago, by approving the joint action plan that I mentioned before, Italy and India are ready to develop a more solid partnership in the field of science and technology, and where we will work in the field of biotechnology, space research, health and technology applied to the protection of cultural heritage. Furthermore, in the multilateral field, we are focusing on building a new alliance for the protection of the environment, including climate change, water management, resource efficiency, and energy efficiency and circular economy, waste management, biodiversity, and land degradation. All these issues should represent the path we would like to take with DST, and we are looking forward to building on the existing pillar of our cooperation with India, thus contributing to enhanced and strengthened global scientific and technological cooperation. Allow me to conclude by sending my best wish to all the young people who are listening to us right now and who represent an enormous resource of ideas and innovation for the world. We believe in people. Our G20 will be focused on 3P: people, planet, prosperity. Thank you for your attention and very happy and healthy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. We realized that Italy was one of the first countries to be suffering from this deadly pandemic and has come out in a very, very positive way through the tools of science, technology, and innovations, and now is all set for the presidency of G20 and COP26 and other multilateral engagements. We look forward to join Italy in the Troika of G20 and contribute our bit to the program. Thank you very much. I would now like to invite my friend Dr. Freek. He's a science counselor in the Dutch Embassy at New Delhi. Freek, you may like to share the Dutch experiences.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Well, it's a pleasure to join you here today for the Indian International Science Festival. It doesn't feel like so long ago that we came together for the previous editions of the festival in Lucknow and Calcutta. And well, it might just be me, but the COVID pandemic really seems to have thrown off my sense of time quite a bit. But then again, who would have thought that a short work trip to the Netherlands in March would result in an extended stay here for far over 6 months, and returning to India, reconnecting with colleagues and friends. It just seems like that there's a gap there, and that makes it feel like 2020 has really just flown by. At the same time, there's no denying that 2020 has been an exceptional year. I mean, we've all become experts at using digital platforms like the one we're using today, like Zoom. And in the Netherlands, you know, the word 1.5 meter society has just been chosen as the word of the year. And so the Netherlands just entered its second lockdown, and our economy is expected to contract by 4.2% this year, and with a little over 30 billion in direct spending and 4 billion in tax measures. You know, the impact of the COVID pandemic on our government's expenditures is already over 45 billion and counting. And you know, those expenditures, of course, are making sure, you know, that our economy remains vibrant despite you know, the COVID measures that are in place. And in addition to more generic measures that aim at you know, preventing bankruptcy and making sure unemployment doesn't rise too quickly, we also have targeted measures that, for example, you know, target or that provide credit lines for, you know, startups and scale-ups, and make sure that, you know, our innovation ecosystem kind of stays ready, you know, for when the economy returns to normal. And you know, I'm happy to say that there's reason for optimism, right? Our economy has shown resilience after the first lockdown, and the Netherlands is one of 4 European countries that are likely to recover quickly once the virus is under control. And the newly announced National Growth Fund will aid that recovery by making you know, available 20 billion euros over the next 5 years for new investments in science, research and development, and infrastructure. And it's clear, you know, that, you know, the impressive response by the international scientific community to the COVID outbreak, the development of several vaccine candidates, and the rapid scale-up of production of vaccines targeting the disease show what we can achieve through international cooperation. And of course, the Netherlands and India have a strong bilateral partnership there, which dates from 2008. And I've been able to be part of that journey in various roles for the Netherlands Innovation Network for close to 10 years now. And in 2019, our relations really reached an all-time high, I would say, during the state visit and the partnership in the CAI-DST Technology Summit. And little did we know then that that would be one of the, the last big economic missions for the Netherlands, you know, prior to the COVID pandemic. At the summit, India and the Netherlands announced an ambitious new public-private investment agenda for science, technology, and innovation, aimed at solving shared societal challenges on the fields of water, agriculture, and health. And targeting the key enabling technologies that help us kind of create new solutions for such challenges. 2020 was actually the year that we first started programming our efforts on the new WA agenda, which makes available roughly 30 million euros, or the equivalent of that, for bilateral calls in science, technology, and innovation for the next 5 years. So of course, COVID made 2020 quite a different year than we originally planned. But I think we've still been successful in kind of making our first steps on this agenda. We organized our first digital innovation mission, focused on climate smart agriculture, and have stimulated more than 24 proposals for new scientific consortia in our bilateral calls with DST and DBT, addressing challenges on the crossovers between agriculture and water. And India, the Netherlands, Austria, Flanders, Finland, France, Sweden, and Switzerland have also partnered in a Global Stars call, which stimulates SME-led innovation, also targeting, you know, the WA agenda and the key enabling technologies that allow us to make an impact there. And the interest in these calls really shows that we're able to still drive results despite the challenges that COVID poses. And so public-private partnerships aimed at solutions for shared societal challenges are the core focus of our WA agenda together with India. And I believe that it gives the Netherlands and India a sound basis for our post-COVID cooperation. Areas that have already been identified for cooperation between science, industry, and public partners include climate smart agriculture. They include topics like One Health. They include topics like water as leverage for resilient cities, our joint activities under the Namami Gange program, but also partnerships in digital health devices and diagnostics. And like many of the speakers here today already mentioned, upcoming threats like antimicrobial resistance, and of course, existing partnerships in vaccines and therapeutics. 2021 will, of course, bring opportunities for new bilateral calls with DST and DBT. But beyond those calls, we're also working on stimulating new partnerships through innovation missions focused on One Health and the key enabling technologies like artificial intelligence. And we're working to strengthen the connect between our innovation ecosystems by bringing together key research institutes, incubators, and accelerators around topics such as AgTech, MedTech, and cybersecurity. I really look forward to bringing our countries closer together on these topics and working towards a joint roadmap for investments under the WA agenda in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Freak, for making such a clear statement on and also recalling your association with the Science Festival you have been part of. And I'm sure that, of course, you are missing India and you would be here soon. And coming on the Dutch agenda to counter this disease and to work with India, we all welcome you and we look forward for our journey further. So thank you very much. And now I'll request my friend Dr. Indranil Ghosh from the Switzerland Embassy, the Senior Advisor for Education, Research and Innovation, to share how Swiss has been in this time. Dr. Indranil Ghosh.
Thank you, Dr. Vaishnav. Let me begin by thanking the organizers for inviting Switzerland to speak in this edition of the India International Science Festival. Speaking after Freek, a lot of things that I have to say he's already said, but let me again repeat what he said about past editions. I remember participating in the ISF in Lucknow in 2018. It was a different world. I mean, I think we were speaking at in an auditorium with 500 plus people, not a single seat empty. And after the session finished, I think I spent almost 2 hours responding to questions because we couldn't do all that. So from there to today, we've come a long way, but we're glad to be here. So I'm Indranil Ghosh from the Embassy of Switzerland and responsible for furthering research and innovation cooperation between the two countries. I'm also a part of SwissNex India, which is based in Bangalore. Now, SwissNexes are Switzerland's science outposts in the world's most innovative hubs, and there are 5 in the world: Boston, Shanghai, San Francisco, Bangalore, and Rio. The 5 SwissNexes and the 20 science counselors based out of Swiss embassies, the SwissNex network contributes to strengthening Switzerland's profile as a world-leading innovation hotspot, which I think in a way explains why I'm also here, I hope. The pandemic has changed our lives, and I don't know when we will go back to life as we knew it before, probably never. But life goes on, and speaking very briefly of the response of Switzerland to the pandemic, I'm not going to go into the economic bits because that's not my area of competence, but as far as research and innovation is concerned, The pandemic was declared on 30th of January, and on the 5th of March, the Swiss National Science Foundation came out with a call for proposals. Despite a very short deadline, I think they had some 19 days. The first project started 6 weeks after the call was announced. There's a second call, and today there's some 100 projects which are going on with funding of something like 30 million Swiss francs made available through the Swiss National Science Foundation. These have been open to international participation. Unfortunately, none from India, but there are many European countries, especially, which are involved. Our activities were also influenced in India, influenced by the pandemic. And let me just run you through some of them to say how these are events, activities which probably would not have happened without the pandemic. Professor Sharma has already mentioned science communication. So we've organized a global study involving communication practitioners and experts from India, Switzerland, and the US with the aim of gaining insights on how science journalism contributes across various countries to understand the influence of COVID on science reporting and outreach. Because there has been a lot of news, some most true, some fake. So to see what's what. So the platform sets out to strengthen the international network of science communicators and experts and curate exchanges and opportunities within this community. We are still in the process of preparing it. The background material has been collected and it should go live very soon. We also organized a seminar on the virtual internationalization of Swiss universities, and to see how a short-term solution going digital caused by the pandemic could be transformed into a long-term opportunity. This year has been challenging, but the seminar showed that the Swiss higher education institutions have been resilient and adapted to meeting the challenges, but are also leading the way in meeting in a new environment. However, one study did show that the students almost always want to return to physical settings, environments, and to physical mobility. However, the digital interactions that have spurred innovation and engagement among the faculty members of Swiss universities internationally, for students, the future might hold to more blended mobility, wherein collaborative projects will be a mix of virtual and real interactions. Of course, we will need to improve the digital literacy of the faculty and students alike. These were the key takeaways from the event. These were activities which were a direct consequence of the pandemic. The other activities that we normally do continued, not physically because that's how we prefer to them, but they moved online. We did have, in addition, we did have a call for proposals in systems medicine. Huge interest in Switzerland and India, and there were several requests to extend the deadline because researchers both sides were busy with other activities more pressing and could not get to preparing calls for proposals.